What up, VOD watcher? Back to the great reading Chronicles. Alright, so I kind of forgot where we left off last time. I think we're calling Ex Benny to the stand, I believe is where we left off. We are in trial part 3 of the adventure of the unspeakable story. Yeah, so let's just hop into it, right? That's just how we're gonna go. Yo, Chewy was first, congrats. Congrats, Chewy, congrats. 17th of April, 12:41 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. How's your day been, Chewy? You been enjoying your week off? Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? I go all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me. What? Well, you saw that picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this. That's for sure. So, anyone who sees that is gonna think I did it, didn't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to court. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Uno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still. We'd really like to hear from you. Alright then. It was after we had dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had to chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. I slipped down and went down the street So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1 to Windy Bank's place. I had to know. Iris' story was there or not. Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. That's why I lied to Iris about sticking it with the. Oh my god, I hate it here. I hate how she talks. That's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windy Bank for safekeeping. Dude, I hate this. I hate how she talks. At least that's what I thought at the time. I hate how she talks. Speak normally. So you broke into Windy Banks? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. I gave the oil lamp and the counter a bit of wick, and that's when. What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here. That's it. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it, and I'll go. You should play Kingdom Hearts. I already did, Fat Rat. I already have played Kingdom Hearts. But what's up? I played it like on my own, not streaming. All of them. Oh, very well then. Nice. Yeah, dude. Kingdom Hearts is a good series. I had to wait for them to each come out. Yeah, so it was a long wait. Kingdom Hearts was. Me too. Yeah, dude. It's crazy. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. It was there, all right. The mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. And you did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of kick up out in the main bit of the shop. Skulking brothers arrived at the scene. Yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I'm back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark room, to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got in a bit of a scrap, and I started to think I should help see. So I was just about to go out in the storeroom myself when... Decided for a Hawaiian Honda. Dude, Hawaiian Honda does look sick, Eddie. What's up? I just saw this. I saw the costume trailer before I started streaming. So yeah, Hawaiian Honda does look sick. All the costume threes in that game look pretty cool. I had a couple of shots go off too. I think almost at the same time. And then there he was, right in front of, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windyback might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybank, goner. Yeah, dude, Hawaiian Honda looks sick. You like Eddie, you liking the Chun-Li's outfit too? Outfit 3? It felt funny to me. It felt funny in me for all of a sudden. Kind of dizzy. After that, I don't remember nothing. Yeah, I like them all. Yeah, they're pretty good. Is it good enough to buy, Eddie? Even Blanca, the Blanca one was like the easiest one to do, honestly. I think that's probably almost the exact same thing. Depends on the price, for real. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done. I got some drive tickets saved up. I do too. I got enough for a battle pass. I'm pretty sure it's gonna cost more than that. Actually, just Honda's outfit, I might be good. The old cove might just still be alive. You tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove, what was there in the afternoon? That egg, yeah, that egg's Benny, yeah, that's totally his name. It's totally the bad guy. Look at him. He has bad guy written all over him. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. Don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runa's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Odo? Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trawler off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh? I did what I thought was best. Pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. What if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook, for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. As strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, you know. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. Best friend. He's got his headband flowing along the wind. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me. I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. Even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. He's got the points down. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in them, and you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. You don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar, I'm not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. We've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Nara Odo, Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representation. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Ooh, we're back in the courtroom. Alright, I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith into another. I also knew how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Hey, look, Susato-san. I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Oh yeah, Eddie. How'd your stream go? I saw you. You were you able to get your new weapon? Go. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zykes, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station of the Manworks immediately. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's. I hate that. How do you pronounce that? Perkai of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. That's a very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggs Benny. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps someone would kindly explain what all this is about? You were praised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place in a pawnbroker's on Baker Street? And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question? That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Oh, you got the pose! Gladly, my lord. Gladly. He did the pose. The accusation? Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of omitting such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective homebrew tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our Great British justice system demands that the jury's will be upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors. By golly! How am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away with time for afternoon. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, Counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggs Benny. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So. Oh, I have his hat! I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Cool hat. I would wear the hat. Oh, I'm still holding the hat! Alright, probably serves from time to time. You're seriously suggesting I collude these? No intention of admitting accusation. Certain parties here presume yes, yes. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But am I not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by... Spare me the science nonsense. Who is the Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. Even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say? Now, we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? What's up with you, dude? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Hey, what, me? No, the other Mr. Skulkin's next to you. Right, I've had up to here with this. How many times do I have to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Eh? God blimey, governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. Ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, L's balls! L's bells? Did you say bells or balls? I don't fucking know. He said bells. I definitely said balls. Oh, shoot, whatever. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet in the hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense to the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's former testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokering establishment where that man was killed. He definitely was. But do I have proof of that? I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. Mr. Windybank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. Written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had in hand. It's hard to know what's the front of what's the reverse side now. Let's see. Do I have proof? Do I have today's paper? I don't think I do have proof. I should probably just press this, huh?
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Dude, this detective was here. Inspector Gregson was there. You have something to add, Inspector? Huh? Come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact. Weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You and your young Japanese assistant and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? Something's up. Why are the cops... Are the cops in on this? What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed at Windybanks? Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop in the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with their broker. Nothing more. Makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover up his tracks. Why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. Well aware of that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to reprise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. Thanks to that Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. Though he says he had nothing to do with Windybanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. I do think this is the one I have to present something on. I'm thinking it's this, but like... Well, I have nothing to do with the pawnbroker establishment. He tried to... He wanted it. Whatever.
Objection.
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder this disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That it was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. May have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on this disc. Ah yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface on the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered some minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of the skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow the court to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit to it you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take this disc from the defendant. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take this disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Although I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Alright, witness testimony, the disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you implying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that is correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in the pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it in Windybanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that this belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. He appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Alright, let's go. Now we have to figure out what's the one to press. Good, but item belongs to me. Stolen from me by accused. Deeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation. This was taken by the police. There was absolutely no reason to break in a shop. Okay,
Hold it!
well, let's find out more about this. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. Though you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat. Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot the music box disc was in its pocket. Yet, there's a note on it that reads for McGilded. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But when you forgot that it was in the pocket of your overcoat, you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Leave it alone for the time being. Stolen by the accused of fiddling on the same question.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police was collecting anything that had any connection to McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? That last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. Huh? No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zykes? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out and we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. All this about? Like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zykes here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. Oh shit, I didn't mean to click that. McGill slipped a disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Wendy Banks. Then when he realized what he was going to do, when he realized he was going to be arrested on the suspicion of the omnibus murder, threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. The witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. These were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being strange about all this. There must be a reason for that. a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. Now I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony.
Hold it!
You're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas of her kind frequent. Miss Lestrade did no such thing! Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windybanks. Get your hands on McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, if you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
But perhaps you've seen something of value in this forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh? A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article in the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear. That you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. There was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night? Nothing this man might have been after? I wonder if that's really true. You know, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Oh, okay, now I know. Because, yeah, McGilded had two things in there. That was a good press. Probably, since nothing got added, I probably just, yeah, so, you wanted the box. With this cute little cat photo.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at Windybanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went in there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybanks, and as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windybanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? Article described reads, one small box. Rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed a small box in that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Would you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zykes? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windy Bank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilda's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on the 13th of April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items at the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. I'm not doing the look across your eyes thing here. Well, I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive for this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your man had already compared the 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We count every single item in these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a... I don't know what he said. Nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he's stolen Mr. McGilda's... If I could have just shown that he'd stolen Mr. McGilda's pawn box. Oh, look at him dancing. I might be able to break him down at last. You know what, Reno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. Yeah, dude, we gotta do the stereoscope thing. What? So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? Oh no. Could there be some hidden discrepancy between these 2 photographic prints somehow? Remember, the answer is to use a piece of evidence, but can I just... Yeah, we gotta use the stereoscope. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify this discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help identify the discrepancy between the 2 prints?
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the 2 prints stereoscopically. Oh, yes! You've caught the bug at last! You can't resist, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion! Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Reno. Let's put the picture in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go, now look through the eyepiece. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy in which you speak. Dude, it's kind of highlighted. Like right here, it's highlighted for the court to see. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me... Wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from the Windy Banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda's is in fact... Yes, the very same small box that I identified in the photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but right, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Changes everything, dude. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was the small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windy Banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zykes. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Ooh. The courts are rumbling. We should have a report within a half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zykes. Nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilda from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGill had perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. I propose a toast to my learned friend, his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Well, that does make rather a lot of sense. Not as though the was gold or jewels, was it? Though he knows Mr. McGill was rich enough. Yeah, but you can't deposit cash in a pawnbroker. Blah 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 blah. Can't deposit cash or bomber is quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizens could have. Well, counsel, your argument is in fact demonstrable. Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any way tangible to Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Reno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yeah, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilda's true character. We know that the disc was significant, even if we don't know why. If we explain all that in court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was also a mistake. The defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! That would mean that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny... Could it be that Van Sykes knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Has he anticipated everything? But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Reno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out, every time. Alright, the exact significance of things, the things that Mr. McGilda deposited with Mr. Windybank, something that only Gina can explain to the court. If I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. It's the right thing to do here. And have her testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh? What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. Oops, did not mean to press that. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standings, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zykes, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Woo! Very well. You have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently on the stand may step down until further notice. And I shall bid you a good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Reno. Woo! She needs to testify. She needs to tell the truth right now. The articles that Mr. McGilda had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilda. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players on that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect of the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged that the murder was, in fact, took place above the defendant's head and on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under the seat of the carriage, hoping to pick up the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade? Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all I would know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. Talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it seems that my learned friend, hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down to his ears. Hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets which we have hitherto been unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Zyke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case, let's go! Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden I heard a scream over my head, and the pair on the roof went off to call the flops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have abdicated I may have abdicated an error in Mr. McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up his most wicked of schemes. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and of my learned friend there are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it! The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget the lawyer from the east. They were all in it together. You're wrong! The lot of you! Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it! Humbug! I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free! Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error in judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's Pond articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Ooh! Case 3 coming back. Case 3 is normally the bad one. Case 3 has normally been the bad one in these games. It's working out pretty well. Case 3 was, you know, very important apparently. The whole time. Pair of roof decks.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zykes. McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc was worth more than what Mr. Windybeck was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price of that afternoon at the pawnbroker. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter came to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Threatened me not to snitch, but I'm saying nothing about no one. Oh my god. All these apostrophes. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scrape her off if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony at a court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. Ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, that I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug. Stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker but just before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilda had driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, but I legged off before the copper showed up. Well done, Gina. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Gina's really put her faith in you, Reno. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury. This trial's over. I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. That. Take a look at those two. It's strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time. Yes, that is strange. Like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Wow, they're just doing their own thing, I guess. Well, she said press every statement, so. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Strayed? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you had claimed Mr. McGilded wasn't the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what you told me I had to say. It's important that you tell us the truth now. We're Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances. I know, but I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like something keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream? Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. This disc could belong to the victim, perhaps. I don't know, but McGilded picked it up and pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one. About the disc at all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with the knife. I would get stuck with the knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was, and where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden, a scream. Yep, the two guys up on the roof. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses, and McGilly got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. The carriage came to an halt. 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. That left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified under the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly. I think I did this one already.
Hold it!
I did this one. I mean, that's nothing, no one.
Hold it!
Did I do this one? I did. I've done them all now. Let me save because this kind of a tough one. She's telling the truth for the most part. Slip the driver some tin, run a pawn shop roundabout.
Objection!
Let's just oh my god, no, I don't. do.
Hold it!
Wait a second. Can I just do this? Can I just do this? I pursued him without the exclamation point. I'm busy.
Excuse me!
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon! Wah! Blimey, are you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say with this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. As if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, the Gilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point, this disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Though I don't understand why yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibuses, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited, why shouldn't I have gotten them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take the possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Ooh! Mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh, we got hit by the to be continued. Let's go. We're nearing the end. I think this is the last part. Let's go. Oh, there's the box. There's the box. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Bet there's nothing. Huh. Now what is that? Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling it might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box in it. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Play the disc! I want to know! So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc deposited at the Windy Banks at the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake, are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere of the courtroom with some silly old bit of music.
Objection.
The disc may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it is fundamentally important to understand what happened. Prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property! What? Police property now? Evidence police property? Now you can't? Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Are the police corrupt? What the fuck? No further delays, please. Play the disc. That Morse code. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. Just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Graydon? This is really priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way to back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the ways of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but could this music emanating from the box possibly be a new clue? Oh, it could be a clue. That's probably Morse code. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. There's one thing bothering me. Mr. Graydon stands there horridly ferociously. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face, as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge. If that is the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. It's just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. It must be. I'm making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting like Hurley, Reno.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they're not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Reno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, the music box isn't broken, which means the sound it's producing has to have some significance that isn't musical. Dude, it's Morse code! The one Juro was doing it. Stop. Ah, could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Runa. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one. Like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's familiar somehow. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking the exact same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? The evidence as we've seen so far, all the testimonies we've heard, all point in a single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend present proof now, tangible proof to this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, this is going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sound in this music box disc are... Oh man, what evidence proves it? What? I can't present a person? That dude's all over the bag and some drama. What could it be? Fuck, I hate this! Fashion. Explains what the nature of the sounds. Where's the fucking Morse code detector here? What is the Morse code detector? You know, like, let's just I don't think I ever messed with this. Pawnbroker perishes in pickpocket plunder. How awful. Virginia, I mean. Tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocketer. Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps. Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. Oh, man. Sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice? A 10-year-old? For a 10-year-old? Iris certainly has her finger in the pulse of the world. Secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? How would someone be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Reno? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment. Oh, I can't believe that worked. I definitely remember having that. I don't think the gun's important. Fuck it, man. Papers. Oh, I was right. Sick. Today's paper. Council. Newspaper Council? The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your case. Your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated by a highest level, at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are from wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever's the matter? You told the court before that you worked in the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. And tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears a more than pressing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be no one more perfectly placed than the highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Damn! We're really just corrupt governments, our government secrets here, huh? Very political. This got political. Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? Sort of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, there was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Miss McGild perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawn room. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got in the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands that the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment, but the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... Hold it. Oh! These guys. You gotta let us have a rabbit and a pork here, governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? My name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringle Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to sell our motherland. That's right. We're what they've called the Three Skulkin Brothers. Come on. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Raiden's counter? A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, that sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmakers negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like you told us to do. If we'd known there would be dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Wow. Okay, those last two was kind of did that, huh? Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What, Mr. Ledoux, Governor? What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? And on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did! Oh damn, the robbers are in our side now? Quiet them down, please! What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business? You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the geezers whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Gog! Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Woo! Alright, but before we go to our cross-examination, I do gotta use the bathroom. So y'all know the man, what's the word I'm thinking of? The routine. Y'all know the, I don't know. Either way, if I'm missing, I've gone fishing. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. No fish, unfortunately. Let's see here. Alright, cross-examination, right?
Hold it!
Are you sure it's not Morse code? They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely can't be. My learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Get grade on? Dude! It's pretty good. I didn't think about that one. I would be more shout out to shout out to Graydon, man. I liked his fake name of Egbert Benedict better, but you know. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Hello, Kona, how's it going? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. See, for example, this is A. This is B. I'm gonna have to bail so I can install a PC fan or two. My own's the ooh, that's unfortunate. We can like hell. Ooh, that sucks, man. Oh man. My water went down the wrong pipe. Oh man, I'm squeaking really bad now. Good luck. Have fun with the fans, Kona. Oh man. Stupid water. Oh my gosh. And when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. Dang. But there is no discernible meaning to this apparent random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it, Chris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. There'd still be something I haven't considered. Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Before we do that, let's actually examine this shit. This button. Oh, what is it, Reno? I've just noticed something similar. I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right. Well, come on then. What are we waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Ooh, what is that? Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean it's at another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked? If you had two discs, they would play both back at the same time. I thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box. And this movement is like the other one. Comb's teeth are all the same length. So, movement only produces a single tone like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth of the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different from the single tone we've already heard. What do you say? Oh man. Basically, each movie can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. Alright, well that's... Still every possibility that this music box is instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense. That is the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line up argument ad infinitum? Already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Then what? Well, it would appear that the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. I'd better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to only produce a single tone, could be used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Yeah, I kind of did this earlier, but yeah. Alright, so what is it, Reno? I've noticed something about this music box. I read this earlier! Another movement on the other side. Doesn't. It's another disc to play back on the side. Yep. We read this earlier.
Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs on the music box, and the sounds both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! And the court has heard Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. It's beyond a joke. Sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claim. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with Mr. McGilder 2 months ago, wrecking a deal over the discs. Or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like we need to give your argument more strength, Reno. You will reiterate your statement if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. No relation to him, huh? Mason? I mean, why not, right? Why not? So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGill had killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remembered little about him. It doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Someone who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with Miss Gilded and negotiate a deal. Hear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. Well-to-do communications on. Only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. You have nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to witness testimony. Alright. What do we have that links them together? Could be this. It could be this one, because it has Mason's blood on it. But what else could possibly link them? Only thing I can think of.
Objection!
That wasn't it, huh? Let's just consider the implication of that statement for just a moment, shall we? What implications, counsel? Nothing strikes me about it. Exactly. There's nothing striking about it. What does strike me is your propensity for the inane, however. Maybe clear my head and come at this again from a different angle. Let's just start pressing everything. So this newspaper headline. Is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5! We regular communication stations officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry, and Mr. Grayson is the team leader. That's fascinating. Grayson is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Grayson. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Mr. Grayson, regularly attend Oh, 1 second. I got my door is being knocked at. Be right back. You know, you all know the drill. That's the word I was thinking of earlier. Be right back. Guys, I'm going insane. No one was knocking on my door. I thought I heard a knock and my door was empty. No one was there. And I don't have the door knocking sound alert. Mr. Grayson regularly attends meetings with the ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Grayson is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. You should really pick your idols more carefully. I tell you this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Oh, I did this one earlier.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Grayson told you to do, I mean? You mean? That's right, yeah. Who else, eh? Tilamy thought he was just popping over for a natter after all these years, but the Rawers had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Grayson is an acquaintance of yours? We're sociable kind of baddies, aren't you know? Sure, let's say Grayson is an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have the right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Grayson, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. Look at him now. In his fancy whistle and flute, and And wouldn't Adam and Eve it? But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us. That's so. But he was always a leery one. He had brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with fun ideas like the lot would never have gone through in our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember the Middleton and Skulkin milk run? That was a corker, what? That was a corker, eh? Wait, what'd he say? Wait. Milverton? Mason Milverton. Fucking got him! David, David, until after their trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? Oh no, could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Oh, added to the testimony. He got him. My lord? Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentinel statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Ooh, pose on him! Say no more, a skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton and Skulkin's milk, got him. Now got him, man, we got him. Milverton and Skulkin, bruh.
Objection!
What? Oh, I had to get more information before I did that, huh?
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly is that? Some kind of business? It's a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? Business name, dude. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourself and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh right, I thought a clever clogs like you would have had a thought clever cogs like you have worked that out, but that's his. Hold it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well, if it weren't for the it weren't the happiest of the homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money and such. His wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, you see. And Ashes will always be Milverton to us. Milverton? That used to be your surname, did it? Of course not, this is all bunkum! I've been a Graydon since I was born! Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? You're a communications officer attached to the city's civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter to indeed subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ah! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. He don't think we know. He don't think we saw it, but we saw it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago, the break-in at Windy Banks. The trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with McGilded. No, it was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was horribly murdered. Maybe there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway in this cross-examination here. Those two brothers. You know, we already did it though. Your low-class brickmaker, McGill. Anyway, I have no relation to them. Fucking got him. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from this court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord, and as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Oh, I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to onto McGill in collaboration with your father. Oh! We got a nice little twirl off of him there. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? You collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, on illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By the dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it onto McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. The deal with McGill went sour. The brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGill managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windy Banks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGill had placed in there to pawn. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbroker. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about it! On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. Woo! We got him. The intruder of the pawnbroker touched one item and one item alone. The music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. Though, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only 1 article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know 3 shots were fired in the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. The other struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar in the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm seems to be trying to hide. That wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide is a bullet wound, isn't it? He got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Ooh. But that's all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? Oh, he still has the energy to dance, though. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. I'm gonna go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windybank that night is you!
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? That's supposed to mean. Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I've built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? You never considered the possibility? What do you mean? What thoughts? What possibility? The possibility that if I were there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment? You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. The very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. Dude, what? Order, order, order! Well, it would seem that we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Moment of the shooting, let's go. While these ruffians were jostling around with the broker, I was still near the entrance of it. When Winnieback threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I couldn't see through the peephole of the... Wait, what? I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, you have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Man's lying. If he's lying, he's dying, and he's definitely dying. Order, order, order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now, as an act of self-preservation. Truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. As I said, he was showered in his blood. Was she showered in his blood, though? Was she showered? Don't I have a picture of that? I did not have a picture of that. I witnessed that. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? Her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Doesn't look good, Runo. Huh. Well, we know, don't we? There's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Yeah, she had blood all over her. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. What color was the blood again? It was purple. Oh no, that's Mason's blood though. That's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stains from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood, where he was stabbed by Miss Gilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zykes, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with cross-examination. We find that blood on the overcoat. Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination! Of course, my lord. Cross-examination doesn't go well. I managed to uncover some decisive evidence, or a really compelling clue now. I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Moment of the shooting, let's go. Let's see. would you do that? Why would you do that? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell on the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left to clear up to my lackeys and left. Well, we'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute the air told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mumfer sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was there by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket? Like a bull at the gate, aren't you?
Excuse me.
What's going on there? Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. Do you realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blaze, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? Why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Poor blimey, see the way he looks at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. I was trained. Hector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. I didn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Grexy at all. Normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling, Reno? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. But you have to find a way to break this man. Quickly, too, because once they discover the blood on the overcoat Gino is wearing... It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood splatter over Ginny's coat. Doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Ginny didn't shoot Mr. Windybank, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Mind that, I have to find a really stark inconsistency in the testimony somewhere. I have to find it before the prosecution discovers a bloodstain on Gina's coat.
Hold it!
The Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ingo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just regular old mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. For the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it a 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. A pair of you upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed the moment things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was exactly at that moment that it happened. So I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it appeared. When I looked at my arm, I saw I was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. I pulled my gun on him and he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he escaped through that door in the back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
I just gotta press everything at this point. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about a head's height, lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Genus was not covered in blood. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. I didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. I was there, but they didn't see the killing of take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. Defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. Then, what did you do? What did you see next? Blacker shot the man.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with the gun on their hand. That was Mr. Windybank's gun. There's only only a single bullet had been fired. And as we have already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you! Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, it was the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun! The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, but clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene! Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. First I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment, the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over? Yes, through the peephole. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, if it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from the one Mr. McGill stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. They won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Father. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. On the accused's overcoat? Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objections, counsel. No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. This is a long trial. Should have known when it was the last one. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were a result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! Oh, he gave us a little twirl. See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coats originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. But the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, you did not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence. Yet now, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned yourself in this country. Ah, but that was... I call it a bally disgrace, treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on the coat was 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help but the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But is Mr. Sholmes specially formed in chemicals? Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Prichowski to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah! And I'm in this case for the long haul. My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty.
No, we have to do this. No! No!
Guilty!
Guilty.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make in unpicking juror's decision being equally successful. Don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing. Be held in such low esteem. Hey, who's talking here? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. Will that be all, thank you? Oh, no way! It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. That scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. What the fuck is that? Am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes! We got what? What is the meaning of this? Look at this guy. Order, order, order. He came dressed as a police officer. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. Well, as well I would be had I not set upon this errand. An errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. It appears to be rather late. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Sykes? Trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. Oh, he's back! Let's go! It's the great detective! My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong, sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I've asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray, forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Oh well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present for Miss Susato. Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving it to you this. Those were wait. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions she asked me to do her Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means of both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san? Whatever could it be? Oh hey, look at that! What's this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Ah. Oh, it's the one that makes cat doors. Oh, look at the cat! Oh, look at that cat with his bow tie. Look, I used this, my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flip-o-mat. You can make a cat flop for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Susie muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. I'm sorry to say. I've been a complete failure. What did she mean by that? That night, when you left Windy Banks of Thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow. Not all that cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flip-o-mat that night? But why? Oh, she made the peephole! Oh, and if she made the peephole, the guy never saw it. Oh, let's go. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? Alright, Mr. Sholmes, MVP. Susanoo, the MVP. MVP's right here. I'm grateful to you for affording us this brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But at any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo! Yes! The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? Down to me. I need to be careful here. I make the wrong move, trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... I mean, the answer is summation examination, but let's save here. Now it's come to this. My only chance is to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What of Miss Susanoo's gracious gesture? Would you let... Oh, it was the further cross-examination. Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste? Final piece of... This is not a time for inaction. It's a time to hear from a witness. But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point. I don't think that's what Hurley meant, Reno. Have you forgotten where we are in the trial? Aha! If the defense has nothing more to add, I think we should proceed to the adjudication. Wait, my lord. The defense requests further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness
Objection!
now. The defense is not asking to cross-examine for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. He never resumed it! He never resumed the cross-examination! Oh, the judge was caught sleeping! I presume you have no objections, counsel? No, my lord. He never resumed it! But it's still paused! So nobody can say anything then. If Runa asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and bring one piece of evidence to present to support your argument against it. Equal chance to present evidence. If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to abjuration. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further, my lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. A most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. he had to go down like that. Mr. Sholmes! He's down. He had to go out flailing his arms like that. Stand so in... Oh man, I hate that word. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, Counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. I won't waste a final chance that Susato-san has given me. It's going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Alright, so I already know which one. You have to pull through the door. Go ahead and save real quick.
Objection!
Yeah. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Ooh, it's my cat flip-o-mat, my lord. It makes way for cats to go in and out of a room. You can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having... fuck. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there is no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described the function of its function in another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see the inside of the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright. It's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole to look through. Ooh. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was? Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant, using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes I had left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that's that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there is no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Oh. Order, order, order! Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! That's just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it for that I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. But we test it. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Wacky, cooey, time for dinner. Oh, here's the cat. Oh, look at the cat. Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flap in the oak paneling of at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom at Windy Max was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flip and my crates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windy Banks are an exact match. Ugh. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What's the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zykes? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she can't testify to the fact. There is no proof. Ugh. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so. Lord Van Zykes. Well, counsel, don't give up now, Runo. It's just a time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this. I do know one thing. Kuseto-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole at the door of Windybank's storeroom was created after the events and not before. Alright. I mean, I can use this because there's no... can't see a peephole. But it could also be covered by the curtain. Goes relative, back. Gotta be this picture, right? Not there. Yeah, so it's gotta be.
That!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I've never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. The necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? In this print shows the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more important to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies! We got him! We got him! That's done! He's done! Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond any reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. Fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zykes? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that is right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, you look at all the circumstances. I am the victim here! Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say? There's no point in locking a cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Reno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might be a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain the alleged inconsistency. Iris is right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in which the victim's statements. They showed that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, it's on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you have lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. So let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have thoroughly examined them all. We gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there was no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. In fact, so the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zykes? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh? It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. I didn't think he was gonna be a corrupt police officer. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You should have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Oh.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed by him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there really is only one person it could be. Fucking he was a corrupt police officer from the start, what the fuck? Who is a person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness the details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Oh no! No!
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Huh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial day. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during an hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought a man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusations that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress he received that information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he could have had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson! This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess, and in any case, had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbroker. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Oh, they occurred! They occurred while Gina was testifying. Ooh, I just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Miss McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for the details about the peephole in the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, us striking a deal with any kind of witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, I...
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusation is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Because what are you proposing the inspector demanded the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes, the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains to the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson may have made with the witness? Now let's go ahead and save right here, because this is... Woo! This is the climax! I guess I'm gonna guess this.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson! Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? Are you getting at now, sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during this course of this trial the music box deposited at Windy Banks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that the encoded on the pair of discs were in McGilded's possession. Are the leaked classified secrets? So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for the details of the case. You little... Ah! Order! On the day of the incident, when you met at Windy Banks, you said this. I'll be taking whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were to cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. That explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music boxes, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known. There's no way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Oh no!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it will put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts on my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? You're going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice. Presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. True. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted the gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands. The inspector should have it. Somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. You still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects. I want to pick search someone else, but I feel that I like half think I get a game over if I get this wrong, like an instant game over. Yes, the defense formally demands a search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. Oh, I didn't do that hard enough. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? Though I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Who said that? Oh, you said that. I didn't know which voice to do. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly await his next words. What? Now don't be hasty, my lord. I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm sure I know who has the disc in this moment. Only one person it can be. Counsel, who do you request? Okay. Let's save again. I'm like fucking 80% sure it's Sholmes and like 20% it's Graydon. Where's Sholmes?
Take that!
My lord, the defense. Oh no! What possible relation could this exist between that person and the case counsel?
Objection!
It would seem my Nipponese friend does not understand the gravity of requesting such a search. If the defense counsel's aim is humiliation, all right, so it's Graydon. It's Graydon. Perhaps this will give him a taste of his own medicine. Ah! Grexy doesn't have the disc at the moment, and the question is, where could he have hidden it? Trouble is, he's been the witness stand the entire time, in full view of everyone in the courtroom. I thought he put it on Sholmes when they carried him out after he passed out. But no, he probably just gave it a grade. Not an easy situation to go about hiding anything, really. There's honestly only one place he could have possibly hidden it then. Perhaps if another person's pocket? Someone with him in on the stand? Well, Counsel? If I'm mistaken, I'm fairly sure I know only one person it can be. Alright, let's do Graydon now.
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. Defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon? Au contraire. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual in his person at all. No, I picked the wrong one! Ah! No! Well, Counsel, I'm not missing it. Okay. Fine. Fine, it was Nash Skulkin. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. The other person, it's the person on his other side. Well, I never. Eh? Blimey! Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witnesses and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Sykes, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the court of this trial. I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah. Bailiff, carry out the search! Now, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket, I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. That's the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ugh. Ah! Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, Gordon Flaming Bennett! I swear I don't know nothing about this disc, honest to God! Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual— oh, it was when he was shaking him. Ah! It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it all! Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as my brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got no clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me and whistled like that. Started shaking me. Why the blaze didn't you mention a third gun when you got down to the station? That's what he said. He held it right down me old. Right down my ear old, he did. The head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Bless my wig, he hid it! But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, the current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked to from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush hush. Hush hush. A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from the confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing that there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean? You only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. To slip the second disc into his pocket. But that was all pretense. Damn, this what a crazy case this has turned out to be. Well now, Mr. Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of this is all of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You. What? Oh, we haven't broken him yet. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting on the best interest of the country. Whatever I have done has been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guide and light when you're making your decisions. Ah, dude, man's just appealing to the jury. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we pull the matter of the jury to their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and the country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man. I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Detective has very much trusting eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. The 6 jurors are. They're going to believe Gregson. And if they declare the decision now, isn't he going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank, stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call the jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty. There's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? And wait up, this. I only have one life left. I'm pretty sure it has to be on Graydon. What do we possibly have that can convict him? Proves that he stole government secrets. Ah, I hate this. Mr. Winniebags appears to have used the back of this very neatly, but still. Perhaps he ran out of paper? So he had to use anything he had to hand. Hard to know where the reverse side is now. Appears. Okay, huh. Let's see. Let's say... Evidence that Graydon killed Minder or stole government secret. Or evidence that forced Gregson with the witness. Oh, this is tough. Alright, well, I guess we have both discs now, right? Technically, so we can... I guess we play it. But I don't know who I would be, like, accusing. Let's just say Graydon. Mr. Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. Final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilda's Peculiar Music Box Council? Yeah, because we have both discs now, so we can play them both. I just didn't know whether to do it to Graydon or Gregson. Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Council.
Hold it!
No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Huh? The defense has already proposed that the sound heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains a second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. We're crying out loud, Sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here. You go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit to the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad! If you let that secret information out to the public domain, you'll You'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details as to a witness. That you continue to lie out to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sound made by that music box. Come on, Van Zykes, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection.
Oh, he did with the leg. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ugh. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. Let me propose a toast. Uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music box. The court will now listen as this music box is set to operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs will be played simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. I don't know what it means, but like, hold it. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want, just for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you on the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom and door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up on the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, and if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? Well, there's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of this very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You. Oh, he broke his cane! Traitor! Oh, that was pretty comedic. Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man at once! That's it then. It's all over. What? That's crazy. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are a vile place. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try and sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Sir Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with some queer talents, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. Steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for the inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offering. How easy it is to stun. You must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. For that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be insufficient to create a machine that could generate code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the 2 discs, thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs in the music box out for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? It was the second part of the deal then. The exchange of the second disc? Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with it. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Or why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself. When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Mr. McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved with something dubious. And when he did, he said to me this: "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, and you understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." My father's way of dealing with it was climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, take the money from McGilded, that's it. I had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'd never known why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. After 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from the start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. Though I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago, I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Gilda's death that day was caused by this man? Everything is ready, sir. You'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? It's sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. That policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. The omnibus was doused in paraffin. One of my sham policemen ushered Mr. McGilded in and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with Mr. McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of the man's trial 2 months ago. There is indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I've dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs. In the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you. 10 guineas for you, young man. Whoa, what's this? Bank's pawnbroker? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. I'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite such a way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. That's when he first met you. That's when we first met you in Windy Banks that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How'd you know you were looking for her? How'd you know who you're looking for? The trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilt's pawns. That she must have threatened her. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windy Banks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately she redeemed only McGillet's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. It had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGill was involved. Inspector! Recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were there in the shop somewhere, so I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place in that same night. With the help of your friends, the Skulkin brothers. Oh, he hates them. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles. Second disc was inside. Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang. A gunshot rang out the shop. I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun. The bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man has already turned to flee. I hadn't intended on firing in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that is the whole story. That is everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night. Woo, dude, if that was, we fucking got it. What a revelation right there. The courtroom is stunned in silence. Earlier, he called McGilded a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crimes of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. you've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's being restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And now you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yeah? It's time for the final abjuration. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett of Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Will you now declare your final decisions to the court?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Let's go.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Let's go. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Reno, you finally managed to do it. Finally's the word. I really wasn't sure we'd come out on top for a while there. Yuzi was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort! Of course not. Not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Ah! Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point... And that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nuts? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of governmental communications. We know McGilded transpired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Ugh, but it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah? Me, Lord? That which you have seen today and here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days back in the slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start with you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regards to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Let's go! Oh yeah, she has one of those herself. Fireworks? What? I thought that was a smoke grenade launcher. That is all. Court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered with that English, and at the same time saw through the grime to that surprising heart of your client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason: to lock swords with you once again here in this courtroom. Did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, well then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, in my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gave me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Well, look at that! He wasn't so bad after all. Maybe. I don't know. Still not quite sure on that. 17th of April, 5:24 p.m., the Old Bailey's Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew you were innocent. Well, did what you said, Mr. Nara Odo. You believed in me right up until the end. You're as odd as your name. So odd about it. I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly. It's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I'd never trusted no one. That's because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and you trust is rewarded. No better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. The way I see it, Yunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. That comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room there for an eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant blabbing! Ah, Mr. Sholmes! Yes, it was me all along, you see? Let's go! I'd assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again! Oh? I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts are justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Being great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strayed? While you've been having to snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us were having the fight of our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel! Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strayed. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally. It isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper? Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Is anyone who's found guilty in a trial he was working on... anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that right? The very point I'm trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, no, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like... the Reaper is a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs. Him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like in the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like the bog trogger what are rotten on the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they got what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives of another is another. Well, it ain't like the McGildeds of this world. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world. So I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in which is to be admired, Mr. Strayed. Oi, just give it a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize, but wait until I tell you what happened. This pair of utter fools... Oh shit, what is that? What did it say? Say in the voice. This pair of utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff, but these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Who would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that one. It's going to land you in trouble one day. 1 second, I have to do something real quick. I gotta try and just look something up real quick. What's this? Okay, I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But it won't be the same. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking a bog trogger stuff. What was in the lug? Blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. Still. It has got me thinking on all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Jenny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Are you gonna give us a smile? Odo? Yes? Oh wait, it takes her a second to reload. Wait. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasion such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh! Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well, come on, say it. Oh, she took off her hat. Thanks, Odo. Aww. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, That should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Oh, there she goes. If I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial's all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocent proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. You would have been thrilled. Oh no! How silly of me. But anyway, wouldn't you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Reno? Early? As usual, I think I'd get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, let's start with the good news. Let's start with the good news this time. The rain finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that's good news indeed. You can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storms left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover might have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right! If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. Couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made us arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again! Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge to them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary! Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are you waiting for then? To London, Victoria! '18th of April, 5:32 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside? That took something... Oh, what did he say? That took somewhat longer than I expected. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Oh, she's there. She's reading a book. Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? Came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, heard that the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. He was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw in the sea. It was your encyclopedia. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable! That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Miss Susie? Oh, the evening of the incident. Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, remember? Oh yes, we had a wonderful time! Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? Art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh yes, that was so much fun. I stole Reno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's still important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flip-o-mat. I put it on my sleeve. Really? And then I'd rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. Then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think what that door started to play on my That door started to play on my mind. Storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina were anywhere in the shop, I realized it could have only been behind that door, and at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. So worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used the cat flip-o-mat to make the peephole in the door? As captured in a photographic print of the shop, one of Hurley's red-handed orders. Indeed, it was the first of importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made. That information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked inside the hole through the door, that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that the trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magus McGilded. I thought how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel so dark and sinister to me. Then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for a crime. That's right. But then I realized it'd be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to falsely have witnessed it, there would have had to been a way to see beyond the door. Ah! For which a peephole would be the very thing. The peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. The criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept your secret, Susie? Never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police? I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. So I decided to confide in Mr. Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner. No other possible means of escape. The truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. He does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit to the whole escapade. Ah, could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susuda decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, for your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susuda, truth is, and it happened. I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh? I was worried that the right person would be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using the peephole using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if that peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Susudo, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind I'm sure. But the revelation of that the music box contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo? What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration! Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There's a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. She said that the majority of the sounds of the discs were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all. After all, we were talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been interpreted in cipher. I see. So then we could have never hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Okay. So, Asogi! What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I said Asogi. Does that word mean anything to you? Means something. Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing in the music box. Transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius! I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways of interpreting it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh! It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha program, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asuki? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Susudo, you know it? Do you know the Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence is supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. Is made to color drain from Suzuki-san's face. There's no doubt that this message was written in Japanese Morse code, but the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asugi. Kazuma Asugi? Why? Why was his name on the list? The second is A Shin. I don't recognize that name. Third is T Uregu-san. Gregson! Ah, it would seem that Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. And what's his name doing in the secret government communication as well? The last name. What's the matter, Miss Susudo? It's just so strange. No one expected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? There's only J. Wilson. So I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of strongly disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some sort between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. Well, we can't tell Iris about that now. Just can't. So strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. The game's gonna leave me at a cliffhanger like that? That's crazy. Oh dear, it's the ship going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first, to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. Promise? About your manuscript. Ah! Oh yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Goryeo when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, but still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. Strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away. You were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Susato, my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Oh, we got an anime cutscene?
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Oh, the cat's with them.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on
I got the
this
sword
journey.
and she got the cat. Let's go.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Oh, look at him with his violin.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Let's go. Is that the end? Or is there more? Oh, no, there's more. Ah, yes. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait in the stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Wait, what? Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See? Wait, what? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. I have a feeling I know what this word is. Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. And I think I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Hey! We beat the game! Oh my god, this was a long ass stream. Maybe I should have done it as 2 parts. But I wasn't sure if I'd be able to stream tomorrow. Definitely not Thanksgiving. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to stream the rest of the week. So I had to do it today. Because I didn't want to do I wanted to finish the game. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes followed. Something was afoot. Although it was transpired, I had ordered them all myself. I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I'd earned, consulting detective work, pays a pittance by comparison. Man made some money off of this! Because I forgot he ordered a bunch of music boxes. I haven't slept a wink. Manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. My last bit of reading for a while. Oh shit, is this dude? Witness your testimony? It's riddled with contradictions. Oh, it's these guys. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, Aidio Nosa knows her father is an innocent man. Are you calling? Oh my god. Witness? My courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Right, I forgot he had a different judge for the Japan one. Nice touch. It was a nice touch. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket! A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal! It's not fair! Oh, I missed that guy. The cat had kittens?! That's adorable. Scientific investigations will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Great game. All the cases were very good. Like honestly, I enjoyed them all. The latest Randus magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame. Yeah, all the cases were very good. It was a very thrilling first case, an intriguing second one. The third one apparently was the most important one, but led directly to the final case. Case 4 was probably the worst one out of the bunch, but still, it was a good case, I must say. Battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for my doggy pog. Managing rather well with the housework too. It's amazing. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man in his house is his own maid. Man, I've been talking about the game, dude. The game's great. I definitely recommend for people who like this kind of stuff, like detective stories and whatnot. My Rolly is back on the beat again. Thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now. Look out, London! Look out for Londoners. They're dropping happenings from my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Just get all the characters just saying their lines and shit, man. Oh yeah, she's in jail. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter. That ain't too boring. He's always going on about them cases, what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Get over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time here to plan a comeback of Milverton and Skulkin' Rats. The Three Oh, what's it? Milking the neighborhood for what it's worth. The past 6 months have been a time I shall remember for everyone. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life's all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your sister will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Oh, we got our little picture. Oh, look at the cat! What a cool picture. What a nice picture. The gang's all here. Oh, what's this? Oh, is this the actual credits? Oh, it is the actual credits! Alright. Look at that! It's the two of us walking! Great game, guys. Great game. A lot of hits with all the cases. Range from good to great. Dude, that first case, amazing. Congrats, dude. What up, Eddie? Thank you, thank you. We beat the game. I will not be doing the sequel anytime. I will not be doing the sequel that much. I will not do the sequels soonish. I am tired from all the reading. Because goddamn, that was a lot of reading. All in all, great game. Story was good. Crazy plot. I like the characters. I still can't believe they named the character Herlock Sholmes. Unrelated to the game at all, I'm upset I died in Solomon's channel. With no means of defending myself. Oh, they were out for you. They really were! Yeah, dude. Good time. Now we have the character we have our guy just walking through all the people he met along the way. Ah, great times, great times. What's next? Fuck if I know, Eddie. Fuck if I know. We'll figure it out when it happens. Dark Souls. I ain't playing no Souls game, dude. I ain't playing no Souls game. I know better. I know better than to say I'm playing Bloodborne or something crazy like that. But yeah, I think we're just gonna let the credits rock. I'm not too keen in finishing him, honestly. We'll go ahead and raid Solomon so I can try to fucking get some points back. I see it's still happening. Yippee has cause for is really after me now, huh? I'll go ahead and raid Solomon again so I can try to salvage some points. You know, good times all around. Thanks everyone for watching, dude. Been a blast. Been a blast of a time playing this game. I cannot believe I read through the entire thing. That's actually the craziest thing. Special thanks to Chewy for you know, being first. Shout out to him. We'll go ahead and raid over to Solomon, but before that, we got a little thing to do. Well, now it's time for So Long, but we'll sing just one more song. Thanks for doing your part, 'cause you're real smart, except for you and that guy too. We can do anything that I wanna do. Bye everybody, thanks for watching. See ya. See you next time.